Hello, welcome to today's YouTube stream, which is starting at an earlier time than usual. That's because I've got an issue with Twitch at the moment. I can't really stream to Twitch because it's taking like half an hour for the streaming software to connect to Twitch, which doesn't happen when I do a bandwidth test. Everything else that I've tested out, I've spent a couple of days last week. When I say a couple of days, I pretty much mean a couple of days. Trying to troubleshoot that. I'm trying to get support from the Streamlabs OBS people, from the ISP, from Twitch themselves. There doesn't seem to be anything that the Streamlabs people can do. I've followed all their steps. The ISP, as expected, is showing that there's not any issue with the internet connection. As you can see, this YouTube stream's coming through fine. It's not a problem with slobs. It's not a problem with the internet. It's some kind of a problem with Twitch, but unfortunately Twitch are the people that aren't really getting back to me with any useful technical help. They're just pointing me to random general guides to how to stream, which I've obviously read already. Whenever I'm trying to troubleshoot something, I will do the best I can to read any documentation, any online support that's already available, and try and work through the problem myself. If I can't get anywhere following those steps, then I will reach out to some technical support people to try and assist me. So it really isn't helpful when you reach out to technical support and you tell them all the things that you've already tried, which I did in my initial email ticket to Twitch, and then they respond with, here's a general guide on our website, and have you tried looking on Reddit? Maybe someone there can help you. I don't use Reddit. I'm not a Reddit person, don't do Reddit. But just like expecting random strangers to know what the issue is, how are they going to know what the issue is? They don't work at Twitch. What would they know? I need someone that works at Twitch to help. Anyway, right, let's just play some Elite Dangerous, try and forget our issues, and just explore the galaxy together. So, currently I'm halfway through mapping and landing on the landable worlds in a system. There's nothing particularly exciting out here. There's a bit of geology. Last night I was on and trying to find the geysers and fumaroles on one of the moons that actually has some geology, but while I found the geysers, oh, looks like we've got the landing gear bug again. Yeah, well, I found the geysers. The fumaroles were proving elusive, and I spent quite a bit of time trying to find them. And then after about an hour worth of looking in various different places for fumaroles and not finding them, I was like, okay, I'm not going to bother. Moving on. So. This I think is 2B, which we've done, so we don't need to faff around with the old. Oh, come on. It was working fine last night, seriously. Oh my goodness. I know I'm streaming now, but still. If there's going to be this much lag, the game's going to be unplayable. This overcorrecting. I can't control the ship. There's so much lag. My goodness, what's going on here? Right. Yep, that's 2B. Right, so we've done that. We've done 2A, we've done 2C, we've done 2, so there's just 2D to do. Right. Hopefully things will settle down. Here's hoping.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 2, 1, engage.
I'm to 3. 4, 2, 1. I'm to 3. Things being this ropey, in terms of lag and frames per second and general stuttering in the game, I fully expect that when I come in to land on this next moon, we'll get some kind of issues, because it's not uncommon to get issues, especially on the first approach of the day, and that's unfortunate. Hopefully it won't result in any kind of serious crash of either type. We might get a Movad or we might not. Roll the dice. Why should I slow down? No reason to slow down. Not yet, at any rate. Ah yes, some point, depending, I might put the in-game music back on. Apologies for the lighting, it's that time of the day when if I slightly open the curtains, which I've done, I just get side lit like this, and then if I'm in space you don't get much illumination, and then when I land on an ice planet you get like way too much, so that's how it is until I figure out some other form of lighting setup here.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Oof, just
Surface scan complete.
right. So there we go. Oh, this looks like it's got some little golden, greenish yellow kind of patches to break up the white, which is makes a nice change.
Orbital flight engaged.
Some of them have been applied with the old Japan pattern. To stamp the chain of Japanese islands on as a texture brush. Yeah. Okay. Looking promising so far. Oh, yeah, so good, so good. Nice smooth approach. And we've got our mass lock, and it hasn't done anything weird yet, which probably means it will be fine. All this like greenness makes you think of like volcanism, but I don't think there's any volcanism on this moon. Anyway, let's get the landing gear down and start thinking about landing. Yeah, reminds me of like the volcanic regions in Elder Scrolls games. Expect to see like little steaming pools of water and stuff. But no. Getting a bit concerned there. Oh, come on. It was all going so well. Everything was fine last night, and that was the first time me running it since I installed the latest graphics drivers, which of course resets all the graphic settings, I believe, on the game. But I think it might have slowed down just a bit as I was just coming out of the ship there. But things are back to normal now. Just see. Yeah, I'm happy with that. 40 frames per second walking around on a planet surface. That's or a moon surface. Nice spring green yellow colour. Take a little photograph of it, I suppose. I suppose I can take one with my ship in the background and me in the background. I usually don't, but why not for a change? Get a bit of distance there. Make myself look suitably small and insignificant. Oh, right. Would be nice if I could get rid of that frames per second off there. There we go. Try again. Better. Right. Right, and that was 2D. Right, what's next? That'll be 3 and 3A, I think. Ah, yes. Just quickly.
Landing gear retracted.
Okay.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
So because I spent most of Friday and Thursday night trying to troubleshoot the issue with the Twitch stream, I wasn't able to do the video editing for the latest Troy Let's Play video. So I've released another one of the pre-chambered Skyrim videos instead. But I have got the Troy footage. It's just I didn't have the time to edit it and basically encode and upload, which takes time because I was busy doing the troubleshooting. In terms of editing, it's basically just cutting out the loading screens, because every time you need to load a battle in, it seems to take quite a while in Troy, so there's no point having that in the video, so I just really need to edit that out. Also, there's a bit where I sneezed, which I intend to edit out as well. Yeah, but my Let's Play videos are fairly raw, but that's what a Let's Play is about, isn't it? Yeah, so at some point during the coming week I might be able to finish that one off and get it uploaded, schedule it to upload for next Friday. Obviously it's Jewish New Year this week, so less time than usual for all things, but since there's not a great deal to do there, I should still be able to get that dealt with and scheduled so that it'll go out when it needs to go out, and I won't even have to think about when to upload it. My Sarpedon campaign. I warn you now, that video is going to have something of a sudden ending, because while I was loading in one of the battles, the game actually crashed. I've not played a great deal of Total War Troy yet. Or Troy A Total War Saga to give it its full title. But the game does occasionally seem to start going very slow, and then when that happens I just have to quit out of it. That first time it was basically in the middle of loading and then it didn't seem to progress anywhere, and it just stopped after loading about 10% of the bar. It was just stuck, so then I had to go back and replay part of it. So episode 3 might be slightly disjointed from episode 2 when it arrives, but we'll see.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Scan the rings yet? Not sure if we scanned the rings yet.
Surface scan complete. Surface
Yay.
scan complete.
Okay. See how much we get with one probe.
Surface scanned by 50%.
78%, huh?
Surface scan
Okay.
complete.
We've got fumaroles and geysers. Fumaroles and geysers. And all over the place apparently. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Orbital flight engaged.
Right, let's put the old composition scanner on and see what we can find. What have we got here? Just see what's what. No, that's nothing. That's just a scatter rock. Apart from that one time I happened to come to a place where the geysers were actually geysering and the fumaroles were actually venting vapour out and stuff. The geological features I've found since then have all been quiescent. I'm hoping to find something from the air, but if I don't find something from the air, I will land and use the sonar on the SRV to try and find something. That is looking big, isn't it? Big gas giant. Quite small rings though. Right, well, not getting much to go off here, so I'm gonna land and then
Landing gear deployed.
put the sonar to work. I'll need to refuel the SRV as well.
Drive assist on. No gravity warning.
Okay. Nope.
Drive assist off.
Yeah, driver assist off. Right. See what we can find. Ah ha ha! Now that looks like something over there. There we go. That must be a geyser. It'd be easier to use the turret to scan it, I think. Huh? Come on. Water rescues. There you go. Just blast the cobble off while we're at it. Not quite. Just slightly awkward. There we go. It's just some sulphur. Saying just some sulphur, but we are gonna refuel.
Fuel replenished.
There we go. Right, so
Cargo scoop deployed.
just scoop up that sulphur then. Right, so we've got stuff to look at over here as well. Let's see if we can find the fumaroles on this particular moon. Oops. Oh. Ahem. I was having an interesting discussion with my dad the other day about how many people in games like to customise their vehicles and stuff and buy paint jobs and all that, but how few people do that with their actual real world cars. I mean, we were talking about how common two-tone cars used to be in like the 40s and 50s, and how you very, very rarely see them nowadays. My dad was saying how there are some modern cars that are available, you know, off the assembly line as a two-tone, but I haven't seen any, I have to say. I mean, and just so on the one hand you've got, so why most cars nowadays, and have been for many decades now, always single colour without any kind of interesting paint job on there. And okay, that's another geezer. And also, why is it that aftermarket customization isn't a bigger thing in the real world, when it's obviously one of the ways that game manufacturers make the most money out of people is by selling them customization and cosmetic options in game. I mean, is it just a matter of the difference in price? Like buying a customization option in a game, you can maybe do it for a few quid, you know, not much more than you might spend on beer in a week, and then you've got the real world option to do the same thing costing sort of maybe £1,000. I don't know, I haven't really looked into it as somebody that doesn't drive or own a car. I've got no idea how much it would cost to get a custom paint job. If you were like, you know, wanted a gradient spraying on your car or some kind of checkerboard effect or something, you know. If I wanted to have my car done out with a similar paint job to what my Asp's got, what would it cost me? No idea. I imagine it would depend on the car as well. With the more expensive the car being, the more they would charge you for the paint job. I think if you wanted to have your Rolls Royce or your Bentley made sort of two-tone, it'd probably cost you more than if you wanted a Nissan Micra doing in a similar paint job. So other cars are available. Yeah, I don't buy arcs, but the arcs that I naturally earn through playing the game, I have mainly spent on unique paint jobs for me vehicles. What's going on here then? Hey, what's going on here? Is it underneath that snowdrift? Yeah, that's never coming out. Somehow that's been buried under a snowdrift. We'll never know what it was. Or will we? Don't think we will. It's not looking promising, that one. There's another one over this way. Let's see what we can find here. That is pretty dramatic, that planet. Now I think I may well take a screenshot. I was trying to avoid the temptation. Heaven only knows why. Why should I avoid the temptation? Oops, there we go. Yeah. Pretty. It's tempting when you're on a moon and it's got a really big planet visible, or when you're on a planet it's got a really big moon visible. I like those shots. I often wonder what it would be like to live on a world where there was like this gigantic thing dominating the sky. Eek. Ooh. Right. Well, there's definitely things over this way. What have we got there? What have we got? Pisces cobbles. But that probably means more geezers, doesn't it? The geezers seem to be more common than the fumaroles. I'm not finding fumaroles yet. Nope. Nope. That's also on a geezer. Pisces cobbles do tend to be on geezers these days. Okay. Oops, that easy. I suppose he's couple. What's this one over here? Aha! Crystalline cluster. That might be on a fumarole. Yeah. Go on then. Just drive up to it. Gotcha. Water ice geyser. That's all the geology discovered. And that's nothing useful. Right, I think we need to call the ship back now. We got far enough away that it went off. Oh, before we do that, let's disembark. I don't think we've done the walking about bit yet. That's that same nebula that's in the thumbnail for this video and for the last couple of live streams. There. I'll switch to a new thumbnail for next week, I think. Got plenty of nice screenshots to base them on. Right, yes. Calling back the ship, that's what we're doing next. This is a new piece of music.
Ship recalled.
Oh, it's very short musical cue. Right. We did 3. I can't believe this. I've been ticking everything off that I've mapped. And 3A. Where would we be going next? Well, you can't see on the navigation panel for the SRV. It doesn't show you all the planets and moons and stuff because you can't go to any of them in an SRV unless you're that chap that flies his SRV around in space. What's his face? Giraffe. Right. Okie dokie. 3A. And next would be 4.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, I think I can fix things so that I get a bit more illumination if I turn off some of the windows that I've got on dark mode, because everybody loves dark mode, and get some white glare on my face from off of the screens. So appearance device theme, light theme. Is that any better? Only slightly. What about this one? Permanent dark theme on that. I'm not sure though. Looks like it. Yes. Yep. Well, doesn't really matter, I suppose. Nobody's tuning in here to see my shiny face. I don't know. Let's go to 4B first. Oh, whoops. A bit too early there. 4B first. See, that sort of thing shouldn't be happening. And that is something I consider to be a lighting issue. So it was showing dark, like as though it wasn't illuminated. Then I passed a certain point and all of a sudden it turns on like somebody's shining a torch on it. And it is illuminated. Just because my ship's in shadow doesn't mean the thing I'm looking at is in shadow.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Right, fumaroles, geysers, all. Fumaroles, geysers, all. Let's find ourselves some fumaroles and geysers then. Ooh, pardon me. So on Thursday, before the issue with the Twitch troubleshooting, I actually got something worthwhile done, which is I made myself a little Gecko Chivalry advert, which I can put on my Be Right Back screen. So if at some point during this stream I need to get a fresh cup of coffee or go to the loo, you'll be treated to a little video advert for my local art and craft and Etsy shops. I've got different stuff on the shops. The local art and craft shop is more focusing on one of a kind pieces, whereas the Etsy shop is more focusing on the made to order things. Right. Let's see if we can't find somewhere. Alright, it was looking a lot more uneven on the heat map view, and now it looks all flat. It's looking all mountainous and chunky. I wonder why that was. In reality, it doesn't look anything like that. Right, well, it seems to me that rather than looking from orbit, even for fumaroles, the best way to find everything is with the SRV when it comes to geologicals. So we'll just
landing gear deployed.
We'll just set down, pop out the SRV. I want to be able to give my SRVs names, how like they do with the runabouts and the shuttles on Star Trek. Name them after famous astronomers or famous explorers or rivers on planet Earth or science fiction authors, or you know, like you do. Because since I've got two, I'd like to be able to tell them apart rather than it simply being scarab top and scarab bottom.
Low gravity warning.
Maybe you can and I just haven't spotted it, I don't know. Maybe next time I'm in a station with livery options, I can look at whether or not I can rename the SRVs from Scarab to something else. I'm not picking up anything initially, so we'll just drive off in a direction and see what we find. Well, you know what would be nice if I could find a funeral, or a geezer too. Aha! Let's give it a scan. And it's a water ice geyser. Exactly what I expected, to be honest, but it all needs to be discovered and catalogued by EDMC, which is what I'm really being so careful about scanning all this stuff for. Pardon me. sorry, that came on me very suddenly. I didn't have a chance to turn the mic off there. I know this isn't geological, this is just going to be one of the meteorite type rocks, but all the same, I'm going to investigate it. It might have some useful materials in it. Doesn't hurt. Also, it'll help clear it off my sonar. It's better not to have things cluttering up the sonar. Bronzite chondrite. Really? I had thought that it might be something a little more interesting, like maybe an outcrop or something. Where is it? Where is it? I can't see it. Oh, is it down here? Ooh, it's in the crater. Ah, it's because there's two of them. That's what it is. It's because there's two of them. I thought it didn't look quite like the lines, the spectral lines you get for a regular bronzite chondrite, but I think it's because there's two of them. Nickel and phosphorus. I don't think I need either of those, do I? Do I need phosphorus? Yeah, because of the last time. Whoa! Did that chunk just? I didn't time out. What's going on there? I selected it, and and then it just deselected itself.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Like as though it had timed out before it had even hit the ground. Which wouldn't quite be right, would it? Right, well that rock didn't even appear until it was about 10 meters away, so that's going to be an issue with trying to spot things, isn't it, if they're not drawing themselves until they're that far. Well, that close, rather. Anyway, let us try. Let's go and drive back out of this. Oh yeah, this planet looks very similar to the last planet, doesn't it? Slightly different in terms of the stripes, but certainly similar. I think if you were living on 3A, you wouldn't want to come to 4B on holiday, put it that way. It's another bronzite chondrite. Oh, doesn't look like there's anything of any interest in there. Just double check. Look. Phosphorus, molybdenum, iron, nickel, iron, phosphorus. No. Nothing that I require there. I'm full up on all of that. So, back to hunting for a fumarole. sometimes it's just a matter of, you know, checking things off for EDMC. I'm only going to give it another 10 minutes to find one of these fumaroles, and if I don't find it, because as far as I'm concerned it's just it's going to be a water vapour fumarole or water ice fumarole or whatever, water ice vapour. So I'll give it till 1:47. If I find something, I'll find something, and if I don't, I didn't. It's interesting, even with all this snow, I'm still not getting that much illumination, am I, on the webcam? Dear me. You'd have thought I'd find something by now, wouldn't you? This whole area was blue. Oh, and all of a sudden we've got something here. suddenly appears on the radar like that. Let's see what we've got. Probably going to be another geyser, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, well. So let's just drive around the edge of this crater instead then. Maybe we'll find something. Yeah, drive around the outside edge because it's easier than driving around on an angle like that. Drive around the outer edge. Oops. If there's anything close by it, we'll pick up. See, on the heat map, the fumaroles and the geysers, the maps overlap, they're identical. So anywhere where there's geysers you might find fumaroles, and vice versa. All we've found so far is geysers. We haven't found any fumaroles at all. But I've got another 3 minutes before I call off the search. Ah, and we've got something again. What have we got? What have we got? Probably another geyser if it's a Pisces cobble. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Very low gravity this world, isn't it? That signal's just the same one as we were at before. They don't disappear now, it would seem. When you've discovered them, they stay on the sonar. These ones that are fuzzy and then resolve aren't geological signals. As far as I know, the geological signals just suddenly appear. And not much point chasing after those because it'll probably just turn out to be a bronzite chondrite. Then again, not finding anything that's what I want to find by the crater, so maybe I can drive out to the bronzite chondrite thingy. Or not. Oh, for goodness sakes. Just keep getting turned around. Right, well, that's it. Ooh, that's it. And then I just found a new signal, so we'll just check out this signal. This could be it. Oh, for goodness sakes. Ah! We found the funeral! Right at the end we found the funeral. Oops. Just when we were on our way to find a nice flat place to recall the ship, our search has yielded a funeral. Gotcha! Water ice funeral. Exactly what I expected it would be. And the crystalline fragments are carbon. Yeah, of course they are. Right. I'll just hop out to get the first footfall. See, I would like to recall the ship, hop out to get the first footfall while the ship's coming in and everything, you know, multitasking, being efficient, but no, that doesn't work. Because if you try and do that when the ship comes in, as soon as you get back in your SRV, it takes off again. Or at least that's what it was doing. I haven't tried it since the last update, but I've no reason to believe that wouldn't be the case. We'll try it next time, maybe.
Ship recalled.
You recall the ship whilst you're in the SRV, then you get out on foot and you get back in the SRV, the ship takes off without you. The first time that happened it was a bit freaky. It felt very 2001 A Space Odyssey. The ship decided it could complete the mission without me. Don't need you. I'm perfectly capable of completing this mission by myself. I will explore the galaxy without the need of a human component. But thankfully that wasn't what was going on. My ship Kovas isn't some kind of super powerful AI that makes executive decisions. The underside's looking a bit scuffed up. Right. Alright, that was full B. I'll do 4 on the 4A.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I can't activate the surface scanner at this point, even though it's showing up like a Zoa can. I have to wait until I'm out of the DRP, at least I would have thought. Out of the drop zone. Yep, there we go. How do we hit the ring? Can we hit the ring? Yeah, there we go. Hit the ring. So that's what we want to do. So we can map the ring.
Surface scan complete.
Where'd it go? Oh, there, that was weird. It all of a sudden yanked itself in a weird direction. Hang on a second. Yep.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Nice octagon there. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
Right, jolly good. That's 4. Let's head off to 4A now. Oh, there's wait a minute there. There's 2 sets of rings here. So just get the other ring. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
Do like to be thorough. Oh, come on.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So you can see that little bald spot.
Surface scan complete.
Right, fumaroles and geysers. Don't tell me it's going to be water ice geysers and water ice fumaroles. I bet you.
Orbital flight engaged.
We'll see what we can find, won't we? Coming a little bit steep because it's low gravity. The steeper you come in, the closer to the surface you seem to be when you come out of glide.
Landing gear deployed.
There we go.
Low gravity warning.
Oh, we've got something already. We've got something already. Will it be a geyser? Probably. I'm sure there used to be places where fumaroles were like the predominant geological feature. These days it seems to be whenever you've got geysers and fumaroles, or geysers, fumaroles and magma spouts or whatever, it's always the fumaroles that seem to be the rarest. Maybe that's just the parts of the galaxy I've been looking in, or something, or maybe it's deliberate. Like they think fumaroles were being too abundant and they've made them rarer. I don't know. Try and get a scan of this. Yep, water ice geyser. Nothing useful. But we've got another signal to head over to, which is handy. it's another geezer. Anything else immediate? Oh, looks like there is. Because some of that's my ship, but some of it isn't. Oh, right, no, it was just that one that we've already been past. Just that over there. Oh well. Oh. Well, it's the hunt for the fumarole yet again. We're in the middle of a nice... Oh, there we go. There goes the ship. We're in the middle of a nice sort of turquoise spot on the so-called heat map, so there should be some stuff around here. And indeed there was some stuff. We found some found some geezers, but the fumaroles are also supposed to be around here. So almost tempted to turn on drive assist, but it's so much harder to drive with drive assist on. Unless you're somewhere that's like super flat or very close to Earth gravity, ideally both. But otherwise, just trundling along at a steady pace, you end up having to go a lot slower overall, whereas this way I can accelerate until it's time to stop accelerating. I don't mind doing the odd spin, because that way I get to move the sonar around. We've got a signal. What have we got? Another Pisces cobble, which means it's going to be a geezer, not a fumarole. we got? What have we got? I'll switch modes in anticipation of finding the thing that I'm looking for. It's the other side of that hill. Drive up over the hill this way. Oh, it's a crater. Not a hill. It's the edge of a crater. Oh no, there's an overhang. Ah! Let's just slide down the side, shall we? Because that's a good idea. Okay, what have we got? Tell me what we've got. Ooh, I think we've got what we're after. Right, okay. Come on. Gotcha. Alright. Where's that? Carbon. Well, we got what we're after. Now, can we get the ship to land in the crater? I'm gonna do that thing just to test it here, where I'm gonna recall the ship. Have I done my disembark yet? I'll just disembark first. Hold on. Oh no, that was the whole point. No, never mind. I'll do it this way around actually. Yeah. So I'll do recall the ship from on foot. So it takes longer for the ship to come back when you... Hold on. Someone at the door. Pretty much a nightmare scenario there. Someone comes to the door while I'm in the middle of a stream, but it was just someone with a parcel for the next door neighbour, and the next door neighbour came for it. So, right, yeah. So let's see what happens when I get back in the SRV. Oh, the ship's going to stay here for me. Good. That's good. It's not a complete example of what I tried last time, which is where you recall it from inside the ship, then get out of the ship, and then try and get back into the SLV and get back on the ship. But we'll see next time. I'll try it out that way round, but at least this way round we know that we can recall the ship from on foot, and when we get back in the SLV the ship won't fly off without me. Okay, so that was 4A. Right, 4A. We've done all that, done all that. Have we done any of the 6s? No, we haven't done the 6s. So we'll do 6A.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
It looks nice and sunny outside. I don't know whether if you sit in the sun it feels warm, but having just gone to the door like that, I actually feel a bit chilly now. I'll probably take a short break to make a new hot drink, and maybe I'll throw an extra layer on. And when I do that, you'll get to see my cool new improved Be Right Back screen. Right. So I still haven't decided at this point what I'm going to be doing after I please God reach the temple sector. I say sector, it's not a sector, it's a region. After I reach the temple region and explore around through there, whether or not to go from there to Colonia. And I think I might. I can visit various things, whatever's in Colonia, including that latest plot beacon thing at Highford's Cache. I mean, I've already heard what the message off of that one is, but you know, when you're this far out and away from everything, and you just think, oh well, it's going to be ages before I can get round to that plot. I mean, I'd already set off on this trip when the Guardian versus Thargoid's battlefield thing was found, and that's definitely somewhere I'd like to visit, but that's completely in the wrong direction, so it'll still be there when I do eventually get round to visiting it. There's so many things to visit. I'm happy whenever new plot things arrive, especially things that aren't time dependent. I'm just, you know, making my own itinerary, not sitting around waiting for the game to tell me where to go. So it's kind of like, everybody go here, everybody go there, everybody go back over here. Yeah. If you're running around with a fleet carrier and a bunch of people together, that might be fun, but you know, if you're mainly playing at the weekends, then maybe less so. Hello, this looks like it's got an atmosphere. course, not every planet with an atmosphere's got life on it. I don't think this one does have.
Surface scanned by 50%.
But it does. It does have life. It didn't show up as having life when I FSS scanned it. I can tell you that right away. Because I didn't think there was anything in this system with life on it. I FSS scanned it, didn't show biologicals. I just DSS scanned it and it does show biologicals. Interesting. I wonder if FSS scan only shows up biologicals if somebody else has already scanned it and said it's got biologicals on it. Interesting, interesting. Right, well we've got to go down and find these bacteria then. Are we on the day side though? I've forgotten. Everything's so blue I can't actually tell what colour it is underneath the blue.
Orbital flight engaged.
Right. Well, based on the illumination on that moon there, should be on the day side. You can come in quite sharp, it's very low gravity. Just make a note. Oh, it's very pink, isn't it? Very pink. Well, that bodes well. Most bacterial colonies are not pink, so whatever colour they are should show up nicely. Oh yes, but of course as we get closer the deep rose pink colour is fading away to a barely pink sort of rose white colour. Never mind. It's still pink enough that stuff should show up against it. I'm confident of that. Don't think. Yeah, that is something. That is something. I'm convinced. Come on. Yes. Bacterium Polaris aquamarine.
Landing gear deployed.
Aquamarine. Right. Okay. Have we landed right on top of it as we sometimes do or not? Where is it? We didn't fly much past it, I'm sure. Trying to have a look round and find it. Strange. Definitely did find some because we comp scanned it, so no question about that. Where is it then? If it was underneath the ship, it would have definitely shown up as a green glow. That green glow that you get is so powerful that it sort of slightly lights the ship up as well when it's there, so I couldn't possibly miss that. That is weird. I'm supposed to find it now. Well, that's thoroughly frustrating. Where is it? Is that it over there? No, I don't think it is. So 134 is a bit on the cold side, but it's not that cold. Not for someone all wrapped up nice and warm in an Artemis suit. Oh, there's something over there, although I'm not convinced that was the colony that I spotted from the air, you know. Still, a nod's as good as a wink. And this patch of bacteria is as good as any other patch of bacteria. Not looking the slightest bit aquamarine, of course. Oh then. Look. Not quite. Right. Okay. I want to try and get an aerial photograph of it, you see. Come on. The problem is that you can't jump because space is detached camera. Oh well, I suppose if space is detached camera. No, hold on. Right. Oh. Okay. Huh? Why is it doing that? That's not the directions that those... Right, that is weird. The directions weren't working the way that you would have expected them to, but because elevation was moving backwards and forwards, and then backwards and forwards were actually controlling elevation, just because I'd tilted the camera at an extreme angle. But you wouldn't expect that to make a difference, because elevation's elevation. It's with respect to the planet's surface. It shouldn't matter what direction I'm pointing the camera. R should take me away from the normal of the planet, like, you know, on a normal, and it should take me away, and then F should take me towards the planet. It shouldn't matter which way the camera's pointing, you know. Anyway, did I take this photograph or not? I was just muttering on. Take the photograph yet? Come on. Yay, finally. Right. Sometimes it's very slow to actually take the screenshot. Right. Now I need to find some more of these bacteria. Where's my ship? I will be getting back in the ship to hunt for them. There we go. Alright. Let's find some more of this. Oh, look, there's one over there, look! Oh, that should be far enough away. After all, the ship was over 500 metres. Right. There it is, I can see it this time. Alright. That's 2 of 3. Now we just need to find the third one. reminds me slightly of a pooter, this tool. We used to use to do ecology with, and you'd suck up little insects and stuff, and it'd be like a little connecty thing, and there'd be like a tube. There'd be like two tubes, one going into the collector and the other one coming out, and you'd sort of put the end that was the sort of input nozzle close to where the insect was that you needed to poot up into it. Then you put the other end, the tube that comes out of the collector, in your mouth, and just sort of go like that, and it'd suck the little insect and it'd land in the little collector, and then you'd count them all and shake them out at the end. Biology A level. This is basically like a pooter but for DNA. Sort of sucks it into your little collector cylinder until you've got enough of it. There we go. There's one over there. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Awesome. Right. Wow. That's 6A done. Now the question is, do I just carry on now, or do I make myself a cup of coffee before we carry on? And I think I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee. So, I think I did set a shortcut for how to switch automatically to be right back, but I've forgotten what I set it up as, so I think it was one of the function keys. Anyway, see what we get. Which is me saying, okay, I'm back, but then I didn't turn the mic on the first time I said it, so I'm back. I have a hot beverage, and we are heading to the 6th planet. What did you think of me little advert?
Landing gear retracted.
What kind of atmosphere did we have here anyway? Was it? Methane. It was a methane atmosphere. Right.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
that way maybe. I don't know. Well, you know what? Yeah, I thought so. That might improve things slightly as well. At least once we get to the next planet. So, because I was doing some design work to make that advert, I had everything on the sRGB colour profile instead of one of the gaming profiles. So. A nice monitor. Ooh. These ones got rings. Quite a nice fat ring, that one, isn't it? For this type of planet, that is. I mean, it's a terrestrial type of planet, not a gas giant, but it's got nice fat rings instead of the very pretty sort of ephemeral type of rings. A sparse type. Don't think we're going to be able to land on this one, are we? Landable planets with rings are a treat. I really haven't placed these probes very well at all.
Scanned by 50%.
Yep.
Surface scan complete.
Made it in the end. Alright, that's 6. Right. Okay, so we've done the 1s, we've done the 5s, we've done the 2s, we've done the 3s, we've done the 4s, we've done the 6s. Let me just have a look at the system map. Yeah, that's everything then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 main planets. And I think we did that one, didn't we? 1 GA? Did we do 1 GA? We didn't do 1 GA. No. No, I did. I did. So why is it not showing first footfall for it? Maybe it's not landable. But it's got water geysers, so it should be landable. Well, anyway, I've ticked it off. I can see I've ticked it off, so I must have done everything with it that I can do. Must have, or I wouldn't have ticked it off. I trust myself. Yes. Let's replot the old route. .29 jumps to go to my first waypoint.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Yoink. Whoa, no.
Scan complete. Fuel scooping.
What the heck? I hit the wrong mouse button there. Could have gone horribly wrong. Alright, so system scan complete, so there's nothing here to really have a look at, so I'll just head straight on to the next one then.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping.
Okay, so it looks like we might have a planet here, so we'll take a look. Just one planet.
System scan complete.
Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way over there just to map the gas giant. It's fine. Someone else can get first mapped on that one, I think. For the most part, I will map everything and land on everything and scan everything and all of that, but there's plenty of places to be travelling through on this journey, so in a system where there's just like one gas giant planet by itself, I'm happy to leave it. I'll just do a bit of scooping around here. Just want to check something while I'm doing that. So on my route plotting here, let's see route settings. So that's weird. See, I would fastest routes. I would have thought I'd had it set at fastest routes. And do I have any kind of
Fuel sink disengaged.
It's not what I was after. Route settings. This has changed again, hasn't it? What I want to see is the filters that I'm using. Because you know how you can like filter by star type and everything. I wanted to check what those are. No. There we go. Right, so yeah. So I just wanted to check out everything ticked, which I do, because I don't want to be missing out on any exciting discoveries, you see. Right, well, on to the next jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
done a bit more scooping there, but I didn't. But we'll be fine.
Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Right.
Fuel scooping.
Okay, FSS scan time. Ah, now this is more like it. It's not showing up that somebody else has discovered any of this stuff. Exciting. Interesting, we've got gas giants that don't have their own moons. That one's gone very Satsuma shaped, hasn't it? I'll have to go back for that one later. Nice lavender coloured gas giant there. Right, yeah, so we've got some stuff that's hidden behind the star here. The question is, do we just scoop round and then go back on the FSS scanner? And I think in this case, yes, we'll scoop round at least until the fuel gauge is sort of level with where the slash between the number and the per hour, that per slash. If we fill up to at least there, while we're here. Okay, so I'll have another look, see if we can get this out. Yep, it's visible now. And this one actually does have a moon, it seems.
System scan complete.
Right, time to start mapping.
Fuel scooping complete.
see, yeah. See, it bugs me the way you don't get to see the rings on the FSS scan. I really wish they'd do something about that. I really do. I know I moan about it like every other stream, but uh, okay. Sorry about that. Sometimes I forget about the mic being there.
Surface scan complete.
What's the ring mapped? Done this one rather off-centre, unfortunately, which makes my life slightly more challenging, but
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
okay. One done. We'll do 3 next. Happy Labour Day weekend to anybody living in the United States of America. And a lot of people don't get public holidays off anymore these days, so these types of holiday weekends matter less and less. Like over here, it's like how many people actually get bank holidays off anymore? Hardly anyone. If you work in a bank, you maybe get it. Bank holiday, but even then, I mean, they're trying to get people working in banks to not take public holidays off anymore, so... Oh, wow. Nice flyby, but should have throttled down a bit sooner than that, really. I'm now in a very suboptimal position to be mapping this. Question is, do we fly out somewhere better, or do we just map it from here? I can make a start here, doesn't hurt, does it? Let's get some ring action.
Surface scan complete.
That should get the inner ring, I think. See how we get with this. Yep, that got the inner ring.
Surface scan complete. Surface scanned by 50%.
That's no good. You can actually shoot the probe between the two rings. That's interesting. I think it might be better off flying to a new position now. Oh, hold on a second. This would be helpful if I just switched views. There we go. It's a bit better. Right. Now then. Oops. Right, there we go. That'll do.
Surface scan complete.
Okay. I'm happy with that. That's 3 done. And the next one will be 6. Which one's that? Because it looks like it's closer. Oh. Pay attention, pay attention. That one's got a funny orbit, look. So it's going round and round inside the orbit of the 6th planet. Oh, let's try that again. If it's orbiting some kind of Lagrange point or something. I don't know. Anyway, stop thinking about the orbit of the 5th planet in this system and get mapping.
Surface scanned by 50%.
I think this might do it. Yeah.
Surface scan complete.
Okay. That's 6. I'll do 5 next. Try and line ourselves up nicely with the rings if we can. So they don't get in our way too much. No. Ah! Botheration. Right, I'm coming back for another pass. I'm happy. How did I screw that up so badly, eh? Right. It's all wrong. How the rings are gonna get in the way. Let's map the rings at least.
Surface scan complete.
It's not that big of a gas giant. It's only a 19 probe job. Go for a little drive to get the rest of this planet, because these rings are going to get in the way. Because I must have been coming in too fast, even though I was paying attention.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Okay. Go round the ring, round the outside. Alright, anyway, we didn't even need that last probe. Right, well, good, job done. Alright, next. 2. 2's actually got a landable moon. Let's see what the latest GoalNet news is, shall we?
Torval orbital established. Pilots Federation alert. A new starport has become operational in the LTT-198 system, following Senator Zemina Torval's mining initiative. Torval Orbital will serve as the administrative headquarters for Torval Mastopoulos Mining. The company successfully competed against Recon Corporation to establish a presence within LTT-198. Marlon Royce, business analyst for Vox Galactica, observed, Mastopoulos Mining should be boasting about the positive start for its new subsidiary. Instead, its reaction has only confirmed the widening rift between the Mastopoulos family and their corporation's majority shareholder, Zemina Torval. CEO Gabriela Mastopoulos officially distanced herself from the offshoot company, claiming it hijacked our name with the intention of luring our clients. And speaking to Imperial media, both Adrian and Elena Mastopoulos criticized Constantia Torval's suitability to act as operations director. Speculation persists as to why the families had become estranged. For now, Zemina Torval seems to be focusing solely on her direct descendants, with her youngest daughter Petra Torval becoming a fellow senator and grandson Titus Torval promoted to a senior role in Imperial intelligence. The future seems bright for the Torval dynasty. Pharma giant begins Onion Head project. Pilots Federation alert. Nia Medical Industries has requested deliveries to produce Onion Head gamma strain for Alliance and Independent Systems. The new variant of the popular psychedelic drug is currently sold in a handful of independent systems by the Kumo Crew Syndicate. The IHO has confirmed that the product does have many medical applications. Owen Kendrick, CEO of Nia Medical Industries, outlined the initiative. Our goal is to gather sufficient resources for the manufacture of onion head gamma strain as a medicinal treatment. Target markets will include both independent and alliance systems, should enough commodities be delivered. We request that the pilots transport HE suits, polymers and robotics to Crippen Port in the Hathi system. Reimbursements will be arranged by our corporate partner, the Hathi's Purple Dynamic Group. The Kumo Council has dispatched a megaship, the Meatlum, to the Hathi system. A message was broadcast by Archon Domain, warlord of the Kumo Crew. I'm prepared to give this greedy corporation time to reconsider stealing our commercial property. I'm also prepared to
Surface scan complete.
look at everyone in the system. Your choice. In response,
Massacre everyone in the
Purple
system.
Dynamic Group has agreed to offer bounty vouchers in order to protect ships from pirates and other wanted vessels. Federation criticized by Alliance and Empire. Alliance and Imperial leaders have responded to the recent wave of federal systems declaring independence. 8 factions have now severed ties with the Federation in response to government surveillance of all private and public communications. In an interview with the Alliance Tribune, Deputy Prime Minister Angela Corcoran remarked, "The proactive detection bureau's intrusive nature has caused millions of people to rightfully demand self-rule. President Hudson should be fearful that history might view him as the Federation's first dictator." Senator Denton Patrios's comments were featured by Ion Akanar. Of course, the Federation's factions are turning against it. The arrogance and corruption of its leaders will inevitably cause it to rot from within. We can expect to see it dissolve into chaos before long. Federal newsfeed Seoul today published a response by Vice President Jerome
It's a
Archer.
little
Both the Alliance
pessimistic.
and Empire have chosen a reactionary approach to terrorism, whereas the Federation has made great strides in intelligence gathering and preventative action. I'm confident that the Proactive Detection Bureau will come to be accepted as
Surface scanned by 50%.
one of the galaxy's greatest innovations. Cache reveals mysterious project. Pilots Federation alert. A databank left by a crashed vessel on the moon Colonia 5EA has reactivated, revealing clues as to its origin. The crash site was first discovered over 4 years ago via listening posts in the Colonia, Yichi and Wasat systems. These posts held transmissions from the ship's owner, Commander Heiford, discussing his attempts to avoid members of a private military outfit he had previously worked for. This latest development was discussed by Eric Gunnarsson of the Warglass Investigations Agency. Commander Heiford spoke of making deliveries
Surface scan complete.
to a nameless organization
There
in
you
the Pleiades and left a data cache in the Colonia system that provided further details. Heiford's cache, as some investigators referred to it, had remained locked until a manually set timer system finally expired last week. The information within has apparently directed pilots to investigate the HIT 26176 system. It's possible that Kit Fowler's
Which is
recent
right
theories
over on the other
regarding
side of the
black
bubble.
flight, another old mystery, might prove relevant after all. But there are bigger questions that need answering. Who was Heiford working for? Were they responsible for causing his ship to crash? And if so, what secrets were they trying to keep?
Well,
Corporation
I kind of know the answer to that one now.
medical product. The
Yeah.
pharmacy
I can dispense with the rest of that. Yeah, this whole business of the, you're taking a reactionary approach to terrorism. We're being proactive. We're proactively getting rid of anybody that might one day become a terrorist. Aren't we wonderful? Yeah. You know, I think a lot of people used to think of the Federation as being basically like America. Their current proactive, overreaching surveillance techniques kind of make you think a little bit more of China these days, really. And I'm not in the slightest bit anti-Chinese. I lived in China for 1.5 years and it's a great place, but it's also got some real issues with that kind of overreaching, looking over everybody's shoulder all the time for any sign of unorthodox behaviour or thinking. I'm not a fan of totalitarianism. So the Federation, what have you become? Bad enough when it was just a corrupt kleptocracy being run by corporations and pet politicians, but it appears to be morphing into a dictatorship. Awkward, given that as an independent pilot I am trying to gain reputation with the superpower so that I can get Navy ranking missions and get access to the best of their ships. But I like to consider that the factions that are still
50%.
actively members of the Federation are
Surface scan
themselves, they have their own independent identities and don't necessarily represent Hudson and his dictatorial ambitions. I mean, for goodness sakes. Proactive Detection Bureau. That Proactive Detection Bureau actually hasn't done anything to curb real terrorism at all. All it's used for is to go after people that criticise Hudson. So, meanwhile, people that actually plant bombs hasn't caught any of them, has it? So they're not the low-hanging fruit.
Orbital flight engaged.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. That low frame rate was getting rather hairy for that landing, really.
Landing gear deployed.
Ordinarily, I don't have a problem, but with a low frame rate like that, where you're suddenly just jumping forwards towards the ground, it's a bit concerning. Let's just trog forwards into this nice flat area here. Yours. Okay. First footfall time. Running over to that place that looks pink in the distance there, just to see if it stays pink when I get there. Yeah, not bad, not bad. It's quite pink. A sort of damask rose colour. Whereas this bit here is just sort of grey overlaid on pink. Like dirty snow. Let's have a look at how the paint job's holding up. Yeah, the areas that take more wear and tear have got some wear and tear, like all this pipework here has barely got any paint left on it. I wonder why it is that the pipework always gets scuffed up the most. But everything else looking lovely and pristine still. Even at the front. See, I knew it. The other week when I was looking at my landing gear, bits of it were looking blue, like properly blue. And I was thinking, I'm sure the landing gear never had blue parts on it. It was just sort of plain metal with some red. And now it's back to looking like plain metal with some red, but there were blue bits. Actual, properly blue bits. Last week, I could swear it. really could do with cleaning my mouse again. Something that one holds in one's hand so many hours of the day does need cleaning on a regular basis. Never mind. Right. Where are we going next? We're doing 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 and 2A, but we haven't done 4. We haven't done 7. So we'll do 4, and then we'll do 7, because that's all that's left after we've done 4. Whoops-a-daisy.
Landing gear retracted.
All that Highford's Cache Black Flight stuff. I'd like to go and investigate that at some point, where it's going to take me so long before I get done what I'm trying to get done for myself, in terms of actually doing some exploration, which is the main thing I want to do in the game, you know. I always wanted to just be mainly exploring.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
But in the past I've sort of got a bit fed up after spending, you know, a while out exploring, and then you turn around and come back. This time round I'm not playing so frequently. It's not like I'm doing it every night or even every other night. And the fact that I'm sometimes streaming it also keeps it interesting, because I'm like talking to you and stuff. And then there's the fact that now it's not just about fly to a system, you know, map the planets, land and scan the geology, and leave. You've got other things like the exobiology and the geological sites are more spread out, so you actually have to go hunting for them rather than being able to just fly down on one of the sites and do a scoop and scan, assuming that the gravitation is low enough. I did manage to crash my ship once trying to do a swoop and scan, when I didn't notice that the gravity was actually over 1. So I'd been so used to all these really low gravity moons and everything that I just came in, started scanning with the composition scanner, pulled up, and of course just carried on straight into the planet even after I pulled up, because gravity. But yeah, that was an expensive mistake. In terms of time lost more than anything else, because I got yanked back to my starting point again, in terms of at least I hadn't just flown all the way out and then not stopped anywhere, so I'd managed to find somewhere to dock outside on that trip, so I just got yanked back to that station, but I'd already got like a third of the way back to the bubble, so that's still a somewhat costly error. Right, interesting. That one's got its rings on its side. So in order to get myself lined up, I need to sort of fly around it a bit. Now if that had had moons, it would have been interesting to see if the moons were in plane with the ring or if they were in plane with the orbit. My guess is that if it would have had rings, they would have, I mean moons, they would have been in plane with the rings, like what you get with Uranus. Right, see whether that's a good enough angle. It's very Satsuma shaped, this one. And it's a big one.
Surface scan complete.
I see.
Surface scanned by 50%.
As for that whole onion head thing,
Surface scan complete.
Archon threatening to massacre everybody in his system doesn't exactly help him in his bid to look like a legitimate power broker, really, does it? But the hypocrisy of it, you know, criminal comes along and wants to sell people drugs and everyone's like, that's terrible. Then some of the pharmaceutical companies are like, but if we were to sell them, we could sell them as medicines. And that would be totally legit. So then they come along and they're like, yeah, we like this idea of your gamma strain onion head and we're totally going to nick it. Don't worry, our version will be medicinal. I've got no real plans to be trafficking in onion head, regardless of who's producing it. I try to avoid buying and selling in narcotics or tobacco or anything like that either. Although, if I find it lying around, I'm going to pick it up and sell it, because, you wouldn't want a kid to find it, would you? You can't just leave that stuff lying around in space. Some child might be flying their parents' anaconda and pick it up. Don't do drugs, okay? Yeah, right, that's number 4. Then we had number 7, didn't we? It's going to be a long time before I'm doing any trading, I think. I enjoyed doing that for a little bit. Unfortunately, somehow, and I'm not quite sure how, but it might have been when I was experimenting with recon limpets when I didn't know what they were for, and I was like, I was using my Type 7 and to basically buzz a data point and a settlement before Odyssey, and because I was trying to use the recon limpets, but they don't work on surface data ports, or at least they certainly didn't then, and so I kept flying through the no-fly zone and basically buzzing this data port, trying to target it and use these limpets and just experimenting, because it wasn't immediately clear from the description how you were supposed to use them. So during my experiment, somehow I managed to pick up a very large fine, and potentially a bounty on the Type 7, and I think I paid the bounty off, but the fine's still on it. And then I was transporting a rare commodity. I think that was a pearl whiskey, I think, where I got caught with my hold full of pearl whiskey, and in a place where it's contraband, and so picked up another huge fine. That was in Duamta. So that Type 7's a little bit on the hot side. I can still use it for most trading, I just can't take anything back to Duamta, that's all. It's fine. It's a huge galaxy out there, even the bubble is very, very large. So I'm sure I'll be able to get by without having to pay those fines off, and if at some point I really, really, really want to take it somewhere where I would have to pay the fines off, then I'll pay the fines off. It's not like I haven't got the credits, it's just like, why spend them if you don't have to? I mean, quite honestly, why, in places where alcohol in general is perfectly legal, would pearl whiskey be contraband? I don't get it. I mean, it's my own fault. The thing is, when I was reading the list of stations that, or government types rather, that were problematic, it didn't say democracy. What it said was demo, and when I was scanning it, and it was a very long list, I didn't really see the demo as democracy, so I didn't realise democracies were an issue. And I thought, when I set the filters on my star map thing, I was setting government filters in order that I shouldn't be passing through systems where the stuff was contraband. But I didn't take democracies off the list because it was the word demo and it was right at one end of the line, so I didn't really see it. So that's how that one happened. That was so much chagrin over that. It was probably why I didn't just pay the fine off. That and the huge size of the fine, my goodness, it would have wiped out any profit I made selling this stuff. So I was like, I'm not paying that fine off. And to think I was based in Duamta for some time, as much as I've ever been really based anywhere. I've very much been a Rolling stone gathers no moss type within this game. It's only when I've been working with engineers that I've bothered moving all my ships and modules over to one place so that I can base myself out of there while I'm getting my stuff engineered. Did I do the rings yet? No, that I did. There are 2 rings, so...
Surface
Yeah.
scan complete. Surface scan complete.
Everything's mapped. Everything, yes. We did the A ring, we did the B ring, and we did the planet. Right. And that's that. Right.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
This is quite a nice looking star. Oh. So far it's looking relatively promising. Let's get scooping.
Fuel scooping.
And then get scanning. Somebody else has discovered all of these. Pooh Bar. Considering just how much of the galaxy is undiscovered, and considering that I'm not really on my way to anywhere particular here, it always does surprise me when I find that the system's already been discovered, and that most of the systems I'm in have already been discovered. How can that be? Or rather plain looking ice planets there. That's in the B star system, so the A star system we've got some other things going on here. Oof. It's got silicate vapor geysers. It's interesting. So we've got planets that you can't land on where it's still telling us that they've got particular kinds of volcanism. I thought really it only mentioned volcanism on planets you could land on. Now it mentions volcanism on planets you can't land on. That's 505.81 atmospheres. Well, it used to talk about magma and things, but it didn't used to talk about geysers, I'm sure. I'll have to look over some of my old footage. Oh, it's a water world. Of course, that's already been mapped. Because it's valuable. And it's because this system's got mapped planets in it, I'm gonna leave it. Because it's just gonna slow me down if I start going around mapping stuff, and there's every point mapping when there's nobody else has done the mapping, but when some of it's been mapped and some of it hasn't, it's a bit of a faff to just map the bits that haven't been mapped. So then you end up mapping everything and some of it's not even unmapped. So
System scan complete.
if we just look here, most of these places aren't landable. The ones that are, I don't think have got atmospheres. So yeah, I'm just gonna skip to the next system here.
Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Now, some people think it's funny that I didn't go over and map the water world because it's valuable, but I'm not out here to earn credits particularly. I've plenty of mapping data from the stuff that I do end up mapping, like so. Map 10 icy bodies, and it will be worth what the world's worth or something. So I'm not out here to try and get as much saleable data in as efficient a manner as possible. We've got plenty of geology in this system.
Fuel scooping complete.
apologise if you can hear the noises that my stomach's making. Oh. Okay. Ah! Biological. Bet you some of that would be fun to kill over. Ah, there is something hiding behind the star there. Right, well, we're all fueled up, so why don't we start heading off to map this first planet, and then just as we get towards it we can throttle down, and actually it's one of those ones that's got a lot of moons, so the moons is probably closer to this. So just one day, right. Any more jumps have we got? 24 jumps. Oops. Oh, let's finish off doing the I don't think I've ever seen that happen while I've been in the FSS scan before. Come on. Gas giant ammonia based life. Geologically active icy body moon.
System scan complete.
And a non-geologically active icy body moon. Cool, right. Now then.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Alrighty. And now we will land on 1D. I like that green patch.
Orbital flight engaged.
Ew, come on. Looks like so out of focus, it's really off-putting. Yeah, I like that colour. That's why I went to land on it. I mean, it's fairly obvious that's the sort of colour that I like. If you've looked at my branding colours, yeah. Mint ice cream planet. Oh, it's a mint ice cream moon. No chocolate chips though. I guess it's that time when everything starts looking like food. Welcome to the late stream.
Landing gear deployed.
Towards the end of the stream where everything starts looking like food. I want to take a photograph here because it's so beautiful. Right. Right. The sort of distortion on the it's kind of annoying. The distortion at the edges. Oh yeah. So what did I do to get rid of that distortion now? It seems weirder than normal. I don't know why. Oh, but those mountains though, really? It's not that things can't have straight lines or be jagged in real life, because they can, but there's something about the way that the tops of those mountains look which is entirely unnatural. Everyone's a critic, eh? Not that I'm not very grateful to just have all these wonderful moons and planets to just land on and look at. It's great and all, but oh, that one's even worse. Anyway, but it does rather yank me out of the game when you see something that looks entirely unnatural, and the more immersed I can feel, the better. That's just what I'm saying. It's a testament to the fact that I like the game and that I want to feel more immersed in it. You know, if I didn't like the game, I'd probably just stop playing it.
Landing gear retracted.
There are so many things I could be doing with my life that if I didn't like something, I would give up on it and put my time and effort into something else.
Frameshift drive.
It wouldn't even need to be another computer game, although I've got plenty of computer games to try playing.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Heaven knows I need to take more exercise. All this sitting on my butt, flying around space, isn't doing much for my cardiovascular fitness. After all this coronavirus sitting around not exercising, it's difficult to try and get myself back into the habit of exercising because I've just lost so much fitness. Really upsetting. I mean, at first I tried exercising at home and that, but it just doesn't work for me, so anyhow, what we're doing next? 1B. Oops. Well, that became going too fast rather quickly, didn't it? Don't worry. I'll just map it from the other side.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
We've got fumaroles and we've got geysers. And they're in the same place according to the map. recording such a long live stream here probably isn't going to do a great deal for my watched percentage, if that's a statistic I need to be concerned about, because of course somebody only watches like 10 minutes of this, it's going to show up as like such a tiny percentage of the whole thing. Well, that's being fairly optimistic, thinking somebody's going to watch 10 minutes of it, to be honest.
Orbital flight engaged.
I'm putting this stuff out there in the hopes that there's somebody that's going to enjoy it and get some entertainment out of it. None of this is looking particularly promising colour-wise, is it? But should it transpire that is not the case, it doesn't matter too much, really. We'll see if we can find some geology here, but the way that the map was coming out in terms of which shades of blue we were getting, it was not particularly easy to pick a good spot to come down in.
Landing
Okay.
gear deployed. No gravity warning.
Gonna try and find the geology here. And then I'll probably take a short PRB break just to stretch my legs and move around a little bit. And then I might come back and do a little bit more exploring before eventually I'll have to stop and have some tea. Because frankly, even if some of these moons were made out of ice cream, and you know, you can't eat them because it's just a game. And anyway, it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, scoop them up, put them in the backpack, take them back on the ship so I can get the helmet off and actually eat the ice cream. Space ice cream. Maybe this planet's made out of snowcrest lemon sorbet. They still make that, snowcrest lemon sorbet. Used to have it on cider night as a dessert. Came in like little sort of paper punnets of individual portions that came out of a box that you kept in the freezer, obviously. Like little paper punnets with the lemon sorbet in. It was probably the only snowcrust product that was actually nice. Oops. I know this isn't the geological signal, but it's what I've got on the sonar, so it's what I'm driving towards. Bronzite country. Oh, there's something else over there as well, but we shall see. Oh, what did that produce? Phosphorus and carbon, and there was something else. But I don't think it was anything exciting. That one's produced 4 chunks rather than 3. But again, none of them are anything exciting. Oops, daisy. Well, there are 2 kinds of geology down here. So far we haven't seen any hide or hair of either. What we've got here maybe is this a shallow crater? We'll look in a shallow crater if we can. question is, the planet in this system that's got 2 kinds of life on it, is it going to be 2 new kinds of life that I can add to the codex? For myself, obviously. I'm not talking about new kinds as in nobody's discovered them before, because I'm sure everything's been discovered in this region of the galaxy already. I'm sure there are some people out there playing Elite Dangerous like it's a full-time job. And they can just go out and over up all the discoveries. If that's your bag, that's fine. I'm not criticising people that spend 12 hours a day playing Elite, but I'm not one of them, so I can't possibly hope to discover anything new before anybody else has discovered it, really. It would only be an incredible random chance if that happened, because I just don't put the hours in. And I'm not even trying to optimise for it. I mean, if I was, I would just be skipping every single system that didn't have life in it, and doing various other things to try and maximise my chances of making a first discovery. But I'm not trying to maximise my chances of making a first discovery of a life form for the codex. It's fine. Type meteorite. Yes, but where's the geology? Where's the geology? What we got? Niobium. I wonder if we need any of that. No, we don't need any niobium. We're fine. We have all the niobium we can carry. Oh, pardon me. There are some elements that just don't appear in this game. Like, have you noticed that? Yttrium, are we full on yttrium as well? Yeah, we're full on yttrium as well. Okay. I'm not talking about transuranic elements that aren't natural. I'm talking about actual natural elements that don't seem to get any mention in the game, in terms of they're not something you can mine, they're not a material that you can collect. Like bismuth, for example. Don't remember seeing any bismuth anywhere in the game. Scandium as well. I don't remember seeing any scandium in the game. That had a lot of chunks in it. but none of them are chunks of anything we need. Doing quite well in general for raw materials, I think, because of all my random collections of them whilst exploring on every other exploration trip that I've ever made. There's another metallic meteorite. But where's the geology? Come on, what have we got? Tasty chunks. Would be tasty if we needed yttrium. What does one use yttrium for? I've just been hoarding this stuff up because I know it's useful for something. Whatever it is, if I can collect it and keep it, then that's what I'm going to do, right? Just a total pack rat. Elements, I like elements, collect the elements. And there are some things where it would appear that you can buy it and sell it, but there's no way of actually just obtaining it within the game as well. Like copper. You would think copper would be the sort of thing you could get from these types of rocks, and or from doing some kind of planetary mining, but even out of asteroids you would have thought you could mine copper out of asteroids, but no. Can we, is zinc something we can collect? No, we're full of zinc. Cadmium, are we full on cadmium? Yes, we're full on cadmium. I think we're full on germanium now as well. Yep, we're full on germanium. Right, so don't need any of that stuff then, basically. I think it's more a case of what am I not full on, not what do I need to collect? I mean, if you know what I mean. Let's just have a look. Not storage, inventory. There we go. Right, so we're not full on antimony, arsenic. Obviously, we always want arsenic. Boron. Never seem to find any boron. Lead. Again, lead's supposed to be common, but it's only a grade 1 material. But why do we never find it? I only ever find it when I'm mining asteroids, really. Mercury. Let's still collect some mercury. Polonium. You very rarely find that. Rhenium. Again, very rarely find that, and yet it's supposedly a grade 1 material now. That's gotta be a mistake. It's gotta be a mistake. Where are you supposed to be getting all your rhenium from then? Ruthenium. Technetium. Tellurium. Tin. And zirconium. And those are the only ones I actually need. But where's all the rhenium then if it's supposedly a grade 1 material now? I'm not sure how it can be a grade 1 material. Anyway, we're here to find the geological sites, and we haven't found any of them yet. Then again, the map didn't look that easy to find anything. It's always going to be a bit of a hunt. Right, give it till 5 o'clock, and then I'm definitely stopping. This has been a marathon session because rather than doing YouTube and Twitch, I'm just doing YouTube today. So, getting all the energy. I thought maybe I could just roll over that one. Perhaps not though. Oh, mesosiderite. What kind of chunks we've got here? I think we've got at least one chunk that's of use. No, we don't. I thought we got more than 3 chunks, but we didn't, apparently. Wow. 88% hull. How do we take all that damage? Yes. Germanium, vanadium and carbon. That chunk landed on me. Yeah, sure. Nice sort of reflective copper kind of look to it, doesn't it? Reminds me of my fer de lance. Gave it the paint job with, which looks like sort of like it's been galvanised with copper. Or electroplated or whatever. Electroplating things with copper is loads of fun. I do like the way copper looks. I won't go as far as to say everything looks better if you electroplate it in copper, but most things do. The things you get up to when you're a kid. Where's all the geology? Where's all the geology? And does one ever find lead on a planet? Oops. Right, come on. It's a very rocky, jumbly, difficult to drive over location, this. I haven't seen any sign of the geological formations at all. Not geysers or fumaroles. Phew. I'm not enjoying driving here at all. Look at all this. It doesn't help that the frame rate's not wonderful either, to be honest. It's just passable. See, once you actually get driving, regularly sort of drops below 30, I think. I'm not driving towards that signal because it's just another bonsai conduit or something, and I'm fed up of the meteor type rocks now. I'm hoping that if I drive for long enough I'll find the stuff I'm looking for, but I did say I'm only going to give it till 5 o'clock. After that I'll call the ship back in and I'll get onto that ship. But here's the thing, when I'll next load back on, I'm just gonna leave, as I'm not gonna be looking anymore for the geology down here, because it would seem that the geology is equal chance pretty much of being found out anywhere, none of which is a good chance, which is a bit weird, but that's what the colours seem to be saying. It was like, you've not got a very good chance of finding it anywhere, but you've got a chance of finding it everywhere. And all these snow rocks are not particularly good for the old SRV. Right, 4 minutes to find some geology, come on. Oofed. It's just gonna appear suddenly, if there is any. Time is running out. Oh, this driving's making me motion sick. It's alright when it's not all this up and down business, but all this up and down business does make me feel a bit queasy. We've got less than a minute left. Now, we have in the past found things just at the last minute during our self-imposed ultimatum, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Oops. Yeah, down to 69% on the SRV. That's probably the lowest I've ever had it from just driving it around, at least. I think I might have gone lower than that when I was at a particular Guardian ruin site one time, but nope, not looking like it. Right, okay. So I'm going to try that experiment we were talking about last time. So I'm going to recall the ship.
Ship recalled.
And I'm going to disembark to get my first footfall. Didn't make the first footfall noise. Should have done. Should have got my little musical cue there, but I didn't. Here comes the ship. Where's it gonna land? It's miles away. Where's it going? It is landing. So I get back into the SRV, see what happens. Will it land and then take off again? Or we'll be able to actually get on it. Oh, there you go, see? It's taken off again, which is exactly what happened the last time. So I'm gonna have to recall the ship again. So that just shows, so if you recall the ship while you're in the SRV, then you get out on foot, then you get back in the SRV, the ship won't stay landed and it will take off again immediately. What am I doing? Well,
Ship recalled.
okay, Maccabee, where are you gonna land? Okay. This time it looks like it's gonna land a bit closer. Oh, or is it? Oh no! What is the autopilot doing to my ship? You stupid, stupid thing. What's it doing? If you can't land here, land somewhere you can land. Okay, I think it's properly landed now. Oh my goodness. Flipping the thing all over the place. There's damage to my ship. I will not be impressed. Okay, only damaged the shields. The hull's still on 100%. Good. good. Right. Well, that was a bit of a bust, wasn't it? Didn't find the geology here. That was 1B. I'm going to put that as a crossed tick to show that we didn't find the geology there at all, which is annoying, but that's is what it is. Right, I think it's time I said goodbye. So thank you very much for viewing, and if you've enjoyed it, then do subscribe and turn on the notifications with the bell, because that way you'll be notified when I next go live and when I publish other videos. So be well, enjoy your bank holiday weekend if you're having Labour Day weekend. Have a happy Jewish New Year if you're celebrating Jewish New Year. Shana Tova Matuka. And for anybody that's not doing either of those things, well, just have a great week. 07